Dramatic. That's our topic for tonight. But before we get to that, I want to say hello to everybody. Nice to see everybody joining out there. KC1PDW, you are welcome for the videos on the Tiny GS. Hey, Jeremy. Good to see you out there. All right. We see folks are slowly starting to stream in, so congratulations, everybody. We made it to Friday. Let's see. Friday. Yeah, boy. Whew. It's been a long week. It's been a hot week, at least here in Texas. I know it's been hot in a lot of places, but it's only July, and I'm tired of it. I am tired of it. We had a couple of feels like days in the 110 to 115. I know that's like standard fare for those people out in Vegas and Arizona, but man, that's too hot for Texas, let me tell you. Too hot for Texas. All right, let's see. Yeah, we got a lot of people streaming in here. This is good. Welcome, Jason. Nice to see you out there. Yeah, yeah, it feels like 115% humidity. It's just hot. There's no getting around it. But you know, the other thing too, now for you other people in North Texas, and maybe it's elsewhere too, but I can tell you there must have been like, I don't know if this dry weather triggered it, the heat and the dry weather, but it seems like there was this huge cricket hatch. I mean, we've got crickets freaking everywhere. It is crazy. It's like you can't walk through the yard. It's funny. You see the dogs go running through the yard. You just see crickets flying all over the place. They are everywhere. Cool off by Thanksgiving. Yeah, if we're lucky. If we're lucky. But yeah, man, we got crickets everywhere. And I tell you the other thing too, that for whatever reason, the heat is bringing out, it's the pigs. You know, usually we don't see pigs until well after dark or right before dawn, you know, but we're starting to see pigs like 7:30, 8 o'clock, which, you know, that's just not very common, at least in my experience. They usually come out after night, but they've been coming out a lot earlier. I've been seeing them come out around the tanks, and oh my gosh, we've got a couple of mamas that look like they've got 30 piglets each. I'm sure it's not that many, but boy, it sure feels like it. I've been chasing them around with a loud stick, as you might imagine. Seems like I'm chasing them back and forth. We're slowly reducing the number that we see, but boy, oh boy, there are a pile of them out there. Yeah, I need some chickens or some guinea hens, right? Yeah, I've got like crickets all over the house. I mean, it's nuts. I mean, our doors are like flapping open. You know, when you have 4 dogs coming in and out of the house and all that kind of nonsense, you know, the doors don't always stay shut for very long. Hey, Bill, nice to see you out there. Welcome, buddy. But yeah, it's been hot. It's been muggy, at least muggier than normal here in North Texas. And we've got lots of pigs and lots of pests. I've started, you know, it's been so hot and so dry. I've started running like a little soaker hose around the foundation of the house just every few days, just so it doesn't get too dry. And you go out, and after about an hour or so of that running, there's just crickets and all kinds of other little critters, sliding in there to try to get a drink. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But enough of that. Yeah, we still have people streaming in, so that's good. Welcome everybody. Ronnie, nice to see you out there, Central Florida. Hopefully you guys aren't blazing too hard there. I was just complaining about our 100-degree weather here. It looks like we've got a string of it here for the next 2 weeks. Hillbilly Ham, welcome Dave. Good to see you, buddy. But yeah, so you guys likely saw the thumbnail, and you saw the topic tonight is, it's not necessarily the topic. It's kind of the topic. Try to come up with a catchy little topic. Programmable sunlight. Right, so we're going to be talking about a company called Reflect Orbital. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with these guys yet. It's topical because they just a couple of weeks ago got some FCC approval to use some spectrum for their project. So I think that was kind of one of their big hurdles. I don't think it was their last hurdle. I think they still have some work to do, but it was one of the big hurdles that they had in terms of moving their project along. So we're going to dive into that tonight. Let's see. What else do I have here for you guys, though? But we've got, let me see. I've got some this and that stuff to chat about. Let me find that real quick. Let me get that queued up for us. There we go. Uh-oh. Where am I at? All right. I think I've got all this stuff situated. Let me just make sure I've got a few other things. There we go. Okay, and then, well, I tell you, it's tough just to keep all this stuff straight some nights, especially when you're just a little bit tired, right? That always makes it interesting. So let's see. I think the first thing I want to talk about here, again, just share out this Montesano QR code if you are going to Huntsville Hamfest and you want to join us for the YouTuber lunch on Friday. Make sure you do the sign up, right? Just scan this QR code and go sign up so we get an accurate count of who all is going to be attending. We're not really collecting a bunch of information. We're just trying to figure out how many people are going to be there. So, and certainly you can show up and not eat, but geez, if you're going to be there, why not eat? So go ahead and get signed up. That would be a good thing to do. Boy, oh boy, let's see. There we go. All right, so we've got that. What else did do we have a bunch of folks here in the chat going to Huntsville, venturing up to Montesano? I mean, it's just around the corner. We'll be there before we know it. Hey, Gray Man. Nice to see you out there. Welcome. Sean, welcome. Robert, welcome as well. All right, let's see. What else do I have to share with you guys here? I mean, a lot of this I am hoping you guys have already seen, you're aware of. But in the off chance that you're not, I like to share those kinds of things here. This is big news, right? So Icom put out a little post here and there this week showing off the boxing up of the ID-5200. Look at that. Now, this is the D version, the domestic version, the Japanese version. They have two Japanese versions, actually. They have a low power version and then their high power version. I think the D may be the high power version. I'm not sure if I have that straight yet or not, though. But, you know, they're showing it on the assembly line, getting boxed, getting ready to go. Now, the other thing that we saw happen this week is the FCC certification also showed up. Now, daggone it, didn't these guys try to be tricky and put a request to hold back their manual and some other goodies from their submission? So unlike what Kenwood did, 5-6 months ago when they got their certification, they didn't make that request. So we got a good chance to look at their manual. We got to look at some of the testing that is required and completed. We got to see a bunch of detail about that radio that we're not getting a chance to look at here from Icom. That's their prerogative if they wanna hold that back. I believe they have it embargoed until maybe November 20th, I think is what I saw. So I don't know what that means, right? Does that mean they just wanted to get out in the wild beforehand? Does that mean that they're going to wait until November to release it? I'm not sure what that means. But I was bummed out to see that they blocked the manual. Let's see. Sean had a question here. I know you moved on. Hey, you know what? I think I did get this startup. I don't know that this is going to work, though. Hey, it did work. I don't know that I didn't get it all, though. All right, let's see. I know you moved on, but I was catching up in 2X. Put trash cans below your porch and barn lights. The crickets will jump in. And then you can relocate them with fire. Yeah, we've got so many crickets here. That's a good suggestion, though, Sean. And I added the with fire. That wasn't Sean's. So I don't want to put that on him. I'll put that on me. All right, let's see. 75 ohm ham. What's up, Ziggy? Just got home from tuning 40-20 10 meter fan dipole. Very nice. Oh, I bet that was steaming hot. Jeez. Nasty stuff. But yeah, great news to see that the 5200 is moving along. It really seems like that 5200 is going to beat the 750, is going to beat that Kenwood. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Let's see what else we've got in news. The SenseCap, the Seed Studio SenseCap T1000 is such a hot device. Everybody's got at least one of them. So this is pretty big news, right? They've been talking for some time about their V2. And this is their V2, the MeshTracker X1. And guess what? It's got USB-C. Looky right there in the center, USB-C. So they got rid of the little pogo pin charger, which is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Still able to garner an IP66 rating. That's fantastic. So this thing's a little bit thicker too. It's got a little bit more battery, which gives us a little more runtime. So they're claiming up to 5 days battery life. That's fantastic. So you got some sensors, you got your barometer. I wonder, it looks like they may have done away with that light and temperature sensor, which those things weren't really that beneficial anyhow, but they were in there. But it looks like maybe they got rid of those and added a barometer. So very cool. Maybe a little later in the show, we'll go dive into this a little bit more after we get past our topic. But I believe it's currently sold out. But either that or they just got, the advertising rolling a little bit ahead of the product, which wouldn't be unheard of, right? All right, let's see. What else do I got to share with you guys tonight? Oh, here's my little side items for you here. These goats, they love climbing trees. So I thought we had a bunch of them out climbing some of our down trees. This tree is really interesting too. So this is one of the trees that got blown over in the tornado here a few weeks back. It's almost completely, the root ball's almost completely out of the ground. But this is a recent picture, right? That was several weeks ago, 2 months ago at this point. But we still have live leaves on that thing because we still have just a couple of roots that are still down in the ground yet. 45 auto. These are Kikos. These are meat goats. And they're climbers. They love to climb. But I thought I'd share that with you guys. I thought I'd share this with you guys too. This is a young 9-point that was coming up to get some corn the other night. You can see just here in the corner, I have kind of a scrubby 4-point that was, this one was lazy. This one came up and laid down, just, 15 feet from the barn door. This guy was a little more shy, but, that's coming along quite nice. He's a little skinny yet. He's still pretty young, but that's at least a 9-point there. That's not a bad looking deer right there. Funny looking goat. That's for sure, Lee. Wait a second. What do we got here? What's Rodney talking about up here? Rodney, is this real? Is this you? Rodney's saying Monday is officially retirement day. That is fantastic. Congratulations, Rodney. I know you've been looking forward to it. That's great. Great to hear. Congratulations. Hey, enjoy that last day. I'm guessing that's probably going to be a fun day for you. Let's see. Anything else I've got here before we move on? Let me see if I missed any. I'm not above missing some pictures here. Nope. I think I got all the pictures here. Just some other odds and ends I'll mention here real quick. I did get I got my Eberlestock, boy, what is that thing called? It's the, daggone it. They just came out with 2 new chest rigs, however you want to call them. And I just got one in and I'm starting to kit it out. It's the Force. I got the Force, which is the larger one. The Fury is the smaller one. So for those of you who are looking for a new chest rig, looks like it's going to be a good solution. Looks like it's going to work out pretty well. So I'm excited about that. I'll be sharing that here pretty soon as well. One other thing too, I guess I can share just really quick here is, not that. That's not what I wanted to share yet. That's all right. You can leave that just there for a second. Boy, oh boy, where'd you go? Here you go. This is what I wanted to share real quick. We had a couple of updates to software in terms of catalog ID readiness. And these are really popular programs, so I wanted to point them out. So Oscar Watch Tracker, the developer of that, reached out to me a day or so ago and said, hey, my next version is going to be fully compliant. It's going to be able to utilize GP JSON sources as well as the Alpha 5 notation, and that came out today. And true to his word, that will now work. So that's ready for new satellites with the 100,000 designation and higher. The other one that also is an update here is Predict. This is a text version of a application that allows you to do past prediction. And that has recently, just this week, also updated and become compliant to use the new GP data sources. So it's good to see some of these developers get on the horse and get some of these things turned around. There's still some big names out here that are on the not ready side. And there's still a number of names that I don't know, like HRD. I got to reach out. I think this week I'm going to start sending some emails and see if I can get a status from some of these commercial vendors. We'll see how that goes. All right. So let me see here. We're going to talk about, let me see. I got to catch you guys. I don't want to lose you. Where'd you go? There you are. Let's see. Gray Man, which goats do you use for the coffee, the Govit coffee? So Tim, I use the big girls. So minimum of 150 pounds and up. They're then ready to help process the coffee. I don't want to get don't want to be feeding the young girls all of those coffee cherries. They're just they need some weight on their carriage so that it doesn't impact them too much. All right, let's see. It will be in the next version update on HRD that runs on Mac. Hey, that's good to hear. That's great to hear. One of the other things I'm going to request is if anyone is willing to commit to any kind of timetable, so folks have an idea of what to expect. All right. Let's see. I think we're ready to jump into, well, I guess I'll do this super fast. The boss will be mad at me if I don't do it at least super fast. Right? We've got a channel giveaway coming up here in the end of August. So if you want to get in on the giveaway, make sure you sign up on the community list. Right? You can get to the community list right there. Go check that out. Sign up. Also, go check out the links on the link tree. This is a great way to support the channel, oftentimes without costing you a dime. So there are affiliate links and Amazon store and all kinds of coupon codes, as well as some merchant stuff if that's something that you're interested in. And then I'll just do a quick mention of this. This is the Satellite Hunter website where I'm going to try to start adding some additional tools. We got the catalog ID readiness, an interactive TLE Explorer, which this is quickly becoming a dinosaur, but it's still helpful in explaining what all the different orbital elements are, what they are, how they work, those types of things. So if you don't know what eccentricity is, you can click on it and, let's see. Should be able to click on it. Am I not able to click on it? Uh-oh, I might have a defect. Let's try clicking up here. Let's try, where's eccentricity? Looks like I maybe screwed something up on that. I'm going to have to go check that out. I'm glad I looked. But anyhow, if you guys have any satellite-related ideas, tools that are helpful either for education or for operating, and there's, I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but if there's something out there that, if there's a hole out there you guys are aware of, let me know, and I'll look and see if I can add it to the site right here. All right, and let's see. I lost you guys. There we are. Okay, so here's what we're going to talk about tonight. I got some notes here on the side so we can stay in sync. I can hopefully not lose my place and miss out on anything that's really helpful or important for you guys. We'll see how this works. But we're talking about a company called Reflect Orbital, right? And my kind of catchy way to try to get people's attention is calling what they do programmable sunlight, right? So that's kind of the topic here. And they just received FCC certification or approval to use a certain number of frequencies for communication, command and control for a demo satellite that they're calling Eärendil. Yes, from the Lord of the Rings, Eärendil 1. And what this thing is, it's a smallish satellite that has an expandable mirror that can be used to reflect sunlight to specific points on Earth. Right? So, just think about, I think I've got a little illustration that we can use here. Well, I think I've got one. Let me go back to my browser here real quick. Just to make sure we're all on the same page here. Right, so here's the concept. Right, so you have this satellite up here that's got an adjustable mirror, and this mirror is pretty good size, right? This small-ish satellite. They haven't specifically identified exactly the size of this satellite, but a smallish. I think they called it about a microwave oven size is kind of how they characterize it. But this smallish satellite that can deploy a mirror that is, I believe, 60 feet by 60 feet. And they can move that mirror such that they can direct sunlight to a specific point on Earth. Right? And then the point that they can, this is a low Earth orbit satellite. And I've got some details here on how high up in orbit it is, but essentially they can beam a footprint of 5 kilometers in diameter. So about 3 miles. They can cover about 3 miles with one of these satellites. So pretty interesting idea here. Let's see. So that's, kind of the basic premise of what we're talking about. Let's see here. Let me, some other things that are important. Many of you guys are going to know these terms, but in case you don't, right, we're talking about a LEO satellite. So this is a low Earth orbit satellite. This is similar to all of the satellites that we as ham radio operators interact with here in the US. Of course, over in Europe, they've got a geosynchronous or a geostationary satellite that is at a much higher orbit, but all of ours are low Earth orbit satellites. This is going to be positioned as a sun synchronous orbit, meaning it's always going to be facing the sun, right? They have this capability called control moment gyroscope, and this is how they position that mirror, right? And the thing that's really kind of interesting here is where some of their funding comes from, right? So they got an AFWERX SBIR grant for like $1.2 million. So kind of interesting that the military has got some interest in this, right? And that's something that that we'll talk about a little bit later here. Let me see here. What else is going on out there? Hey, Bricker, good to see you out there. Programmable sunlight is killing ham radio. Hey, that's one of the things we need to talk about here, right? Let's see. You could bring light to an emergency situation. Yeah, absolutely. Right. We're going to talk about a bunch of the use cases, right? There's positive use cases. There's less than positive use cases. There's, and as we get later in the show, we'll maybe get a little crazy and we'll talk about extrapolating and speculating on how we could use this technology. Right. And I know that's something that this crew is really good at. Let's see. I could see it being used for search and rescue. Absolutely. Don Izzo. Hey, buddy. Nice to see you out there. But this is sunlight. Yeah. So interesting effects on propagation for sure. Absolutely. Right. So those are some of the terms, and I wanted to make sure everybody understood. Again, this company is a fairly new company. So it was founded just in 2021 by a SpaceX, a prior SpaceX employee, as well as a Zipline employee. Zipline, those guys make a lot of the delivery drones, right? So very much... all of the kind of mechanics that make a drone work, you would think have some application in this type of satellite. So those are the guys that have teamed up here. Again, there was, the early rounds of funding were all, kind of private ventures. Sequoia got involved, right? So they've got some big money. I think they were in the Series A round. But what really started getting people's attention is whenever they started to get some military money here. So that's always going to get people's attention. And again, this is pretty topical, right? So this happened July 9th. They were authorized to use several different frequencies, right? So they got some UHF space here. They got some higher, some S-band space, some X-band space, right, for kind of control operations, those types of things. And this was a big hurdle for them. So, I think they're feeling pretty excited about this. And again, this is essentially a POC. This is a demonstration, right? This is something that, has a very limited capability today, but we're going to talk a little bit about what it could look like, right? The current plans right now are to get this thing in space this year. They're going to jump on a SpaceX ride share. And like I said, this has been getting some attention. All of a sudden, there's been a lot of public comment about this on the FCC, through the FCC process when people had learned about some of the funding that they got. Most of that comment, those public comments are in opposition of the project, as you might expect. Let's see. If it's bright enough, could it go through cloud cover? Yeah, I mean, I think there's... let's see, Ronnie, what's the matter, Ronnie? Ronnie, you got ads on. This is unwatchable with the mid-roll ads. Well, let's see here. I'm not sure where I set that at. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, Ronnie, I'm not seeing it directly here. I know it's in here somewhere. Let me get through some of this here and we'll take a little break and I'll see if I can find that. All right, let's see. You might even be able to use it to heat up some high altitude clouds. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that this could be used for, right? But here's some of the details on the spacecraft itself. They haven't provided much in terms of, the actual dimensions of this satellite, but they say it's about a microwave oven sized. And that's the language that they use. We'll look at their website here in just a few minutes. Again, that mirror deploys at 18 meters by 18 meters. That's, that's about 60 feet square. That's a big old mirror, but it is that thin film. We've seen some of that stuff before in some other applications. There we go. There we can get an idea for the altitude there, right? This is a LEO. Let's see what else we've got here. So in this POC, right, you guys, if you think about our ham radio satellites, right, those have, most of those satellites that are in low Earth orbit, they have kind of a maximum horizon to horizon path of about 12 minutes if it's a really good high angle pass. Otherwise, it could be much shorter than that. So, they're only going to be able to demonstrate a 4 to 5 minute light window, if you will, in this POC. Right, again, we talked a little bit about the control systems that they use. And, of course, this is a POC, right? They talk a little bit about what their ambition is. And, if you talk to any of these satellite guys, they all have some pretty far out ambition, right? And I think these guys are talking somewhere around 50,000 satellite constellations by 2030. But we'll pull up their website to get that detail specifically. Now, I thought this was pretty interesting as well. We've seen this kind of concept multiple times before, right? So I think the first time in my little bit of research, right, I came across a guy named Herman Oberth, who was talking about this in a paper in 1923, using mirrors in space to harness sunlight. So this certainly isn't a new concept. We had a Russian satellite here in 1993, and let me see here. I think I've got a picture here of this guy. Yeah, there we go. We had this Russian satellite in 1993 that did a demonstration. It was a very short-lived demonstration, but again, they did a demonstration that kind of proved the point that they were able to direct sunlight to Earth from a satellite. Okay. And then they attempted it again a little bit later, and that one was a failure. They had a deployment failure trying to get that mirror deployed. And then, of course, we've got Reflect Orbital as a 2021 company trying to start this. Now, let's take a look at their website a little bit, because I think there's some fascinating aspects to this. Right? They call themselves the Sunlight Company. All right, let's see here. Let's see. This is pretty good, right? So they got a good graphic here. So a 5 kilometer footprint, right? About a 3 mile footprint, right? And this is interesting, right? You have one beam of light and you can do some things, but if you concentrate multiple beams of light, now you can do something different, right? So that's kind of this concept here, right? So get a whole bunch of satellites, concentrate that at a single point. Now you can increase the intensity. You can have a much longer window, right? They call it stacking passes, right? So that's kind of, a way to start thinking about this. On demand, right? So they can turn it on and turn it off, right? You can have a nice full spectrum, even coverage, right? I think some of this is, and that's an interesting way to sell this, right? It's dimmable. And the way they're talking about this POC is that the light from it will be comparable to the light from a full moon. So, that's the way you want to think about it. If I think about, a lot of flashlights will have a moon setting on them, right? The low setting is their moon setting. And those are usually somewhere between, 2 and 5 lumen. And so I think what they're saying is they're expecting 1 lumen from this one satellite. So not super impressive, but certainly enough to prove the concept, right? And then here they're talking about some of the use cases, right? I mean, just imagine you could be pointing, you could be lighting up a solar array overnight and be generating electricity at night, right? Getting more utilization out of your solar panels. I think someone had mentioned, like search and rescue type of situation or an emergency type situation. So being able to put light on a particular area in those cases would be very helpful, right? Being able to do some work. I know here in Texas, they do a lot of road work at night because it's just too hot to do it during the day, right? Just imagine if you could light up that work area on demand from satellites for that type of activity. And then agriculture. This is another interesting one, right? There's a lot of this, and this is where some of the opposition comes in, right? Obviously you have the night sky concerns, but there's also some agriculture concerns, which we can dig into a little bit further. Let me see, I lost the chat here. Let me get you guys up. All right. And then, they list a few other things, right? If you have an event, being able to light up a city or something or a town for an event. And then they throw in I think this is an interesting selection of words, right? Defense. I don't always think of the military being in a defensive posture, but that's certainly an interesting thing to extrapolate and explore. And then here they're showing, some other types of activities, right, for events and those types of things. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's certainly a good question, Gray Man. I mean, we know why, but should we? That's the other question. Let's see. Yeah, and that's a great point. Talking about space debris, right? When you're talking about another 50,000 satellites out there for some purpose, right? And then here you got a bunch of interesting propaganda, right? They're trying to sell this, get people aligned. But this here, right? This one here is a little tough to swallow, right? So here they're hoping to have 2 satellites by the end of 2026, 36 satellites by the end of next year, 1,000 by 2028, and 50,000 plus in 2035, right? And here's, I mean, this is really interesting, right? So they try to line this up to show you the capabilities, right? Yeah, so 0.1 lux brightness for 5 minutes in the demo. Not too impressive, but certainly good enough for a POC. And now with 36 satellites, you're only able to get 2 lux for 2.5 hours, comparable to street lighting. Okay. Now, if you have 1,000 satellites, up to 100 lux for 2 hours, comparable to working indoors. Interesting. And then up to 5,000 lux for minutes comparable to daylight. Right, so with 5,000 satellite for some small amount of time, they can approximate daylight. And then if they've got 50,000, good Lord, 50,000 satellites, 36,000 lux for hours, comparable to daylight. All right, let's see. Yeah, really interesting stuff here. And then, energy services. These two I think, are pretty interesting and not quite as impressive, if you ask me, right? You don't really get a lot until you get up to at least 5,000 satellites. Now you can get 1% capacity out of a solar farm for 20 minutes. I mean, are you really gaining that much there? And at 50,000 satellites, you can concentrate and get a 20% capacity increase by lighting up those cells for 3 hours. So not quite as impressive as I would have expected in terms of being able to generate electricity from solar. All right, let's see what else they've got up here. This is pretty interesting here as well. Precise light where you need it. This is kind of interesting here. I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm guessing, I mean, I think it's a good illustration, right? So this is LA, and I'm assuming what they're trying to show is this is 5 kilometers, right? So this is kind of what you could do. And you know what? This would look pretty doggone freaky if you were kind of outside of the lit zone, I would think. And I think it would look pretty freaky if you're on the inside of the lit zone as well. But they have some other cities here, right? So if you go to like New York City, right, just, trying to give some sort of idea of what the footprint could look like, right? So we'll look, lower Manhattan here, right? You could pretty much light up lower Manhattan, pretty much light up the Bronx, right? Let's see. Doc Brad, welcome. So I thought this was a pretty interesting illustration. And then let's see, we'll dig into energy a little bit more here. And this, I don't know, maybe I was just being thick. I didn't quite get what they were trying to explain here. Maybe we'll take another look at it. And maybe this makes sense to you guys. Maybe you guys can understand what they're trying to do. So PVDC kilowatt hours, and the reflection. So if we turn up the reflection, what is this? Watts per meter squared. Okay. Doesn't look like, and maybe that's the point, where the sunlight is different depending on the month, but in this case, it's flat, right? It's not dependent on the angle of the Earth, on the angle, the axis angle. which, you know, is why we have seasons and all the rest. But I'm not really sure. I guess this tells us something. I don't know. Maybe you guys can decode that. Let's see here, Gray Man. What do you got here, Gray Man? I'm not a tree hugger, but has anyone checked with the Nocturnal Animal Consortium to see if it's going to cause them an issue? That's one of the big concerns, right? There's a lot of concerns about, you know, messing with like natural animal rhythms, and those types of things, right? And you know, it's there's a lot to chew on here. There's definitely a lot to chew on here. Now, here's the other thing that I found really very interesting. When you take a look at this team, this is a really young group. Now, in my experience, and I'm curious to hear, I want you guys to chime in here. In my experience, when I've looked at some of these newer, younger companies, they always have a lot of energetic, fresh, young talent, but there's also a couple of, you know, a couple of more senior people providing some adult supervision, right? There's usually a couple of folks that have a little more experience, and you just don't see that here in this team at all, right? I mean, you usually have at least a couple, but this is a very young group. So, you know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. It's an observation, right? That they don't really have that. And it looks like, you know, they're doing a bunch of hiring here too. So if this is something that excites some of you guys, they've got lots of opportunity here. Now, this is a California-based company, right? So you see Hawthorne is their headquarters. So that's, you know, the unfortunate aspect. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Let me see what else I've got here that I want to touch on here. Yeah, I think that's the general, I think that's the gist of it, right? Now what I would like to do, right? That's kind of the you know, we got to see the way they're pitching the company. We got to see how they're pitching the technology. You know, now I think it's a good time for us to extrapolate and think about, you know, where this kind of thing can go. You know, especially when you've got the military that's showing interest in it. You know, I had some alternate intros for my little cartoon. I think I'll post those as shorts. Some alternate intros that you know, take a more cynical view of where this could go. Right? I mean, it's always, you know, whenever you start out, it's very altruistic. Everybody's got the best of intentions, and then, you know, politics shift. The military gets involved. So I think it's, you know, I think it's interesting to extrapolate and speculate a little bit. I know you guys have been talking about, you know, certain things in the chat, but, you know, I want to share some of the things I was thinking of. You know, some of the things that I thought of. Well, first of all, you know, depending on the quality of these mirrors, right? You know, and if you think about it, right? I mean, you can almost imagine a day where you pull up your app, and you know you've got PayPal or your credit card tied to the app, and hey, you're having a party for little Jimmy in the backyard, and you want to dial up some extra sunlight for an extra hour or something for the birthday party, and you know you go in and you say, hey, I'd like a daylight, you know, I'd like an hour's worth of daylight starting at 7 o'clock. And, you know, the next thing you know, 7 o'clock rolls around and all the satellites do their thing and adjust. And now the backyard's not getting dark. Well, what if your neighbor isn't interested in the backyard not getting dark, right? What if the neighbor is having, you know, movie night in the backyard, you know? You just wonder how precise can they be, right? I mean, you know, these things are going to bleed over, right? And if you start thinking about neighborhoods, now let's expand it to like countries, right? You know, maybe some countries have banned this technology because it's messing with the wildlife, right? We're speculating, so we can say anything we want. But somebody that's near a country border dials up a couple hours of you know daylight at midnight. You know, how do you manage that? How do you deal with that? And then, you know, is this become another have and have not type of situation, right? Who, you know, who can afford to use this? Who can use this? Does a government control this? Um, there's, you know, there's some interesting edges to think about there. You know, and we were talking about this, you know, this concentration, taking multiple satellites, and, you know, in their own example, they were saying, you know, with 50,000 satellites, now we can get hours of daylight. Well, you wonder how many satellites that takes, right? It's somewhere between the 5,000 and the 50,000. Well, let's say it takes 15,000 to get that. What if they were able to concentrate 30,000 satellites? And could they start to damage crops? Could they use it in that fashion? Could they use it as a weapon in that fashion? And then, you know, there's obvious military use cases, I think, right? Um, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like thermal optics and those types of things, right? You can just imagine you've got an enemy that's doing some type of maneuver at night. They've got uh, all their thermal equipment and their NOS goggles and all that type of thing, and then all of a sudden, bam! You turn on the lights. That just throws that stuff into disarray for a period of time, right? So you got all kinds of, you know, weird potential implications like that. Some really strange stuff. Let's see here. It's a bat light in reverse. Yeah, evaporate water sources. I mean, that's pretty interesting concept there for sure. The Illuminati Corp. I like it. And then, you know, you could start to, right, if you just let your imagination go here a little ways, you know, just imagine then some countermeasures, right? You could start, you know, a nation state could have other satellites that are used to swoop in and redirect the light, right? Have another mirror that's close to the satellites that are directing the light and redirect them elsewhere. You know, I mean, you can get kind of crazy here. Now, one of the other things I thought would be kind of interesting is kind of space to space use cases, right? So let's say you've got a satellite um, that's outside of a sunlight. Oh, looks like I might be having a little bit of streaming issue here. You guys will have to tell me. But just imagine if you have a satellite that's maybe the batteries on it are starting to go, right? They can't hold a charge for quite as long. You know, just imagine if you could take one of those satellites and aim the light from several of those satellites at that failing satellite to keep it up and running while its batteries are unable to, to keep it running itself. Turn a city into a giant rave. Let's see. George just bought the IC2730 and a CSN. Very nice. Congratulations, George. That's awesome. So I think there's some really, again, I think, if you just let your mind go on this, there are so many interesting edges. Somebody had mentioned, heating up the clouds and some of those types of things. Another one of my crazy ideas was thinking back to some of the things I've read quite a while ago, so I don't remember all the detail around some of these theories, but if I'm not mistaken, one concept in terraforming a planet was in using redirected sunlight, right? So just imagine, right? Again, we're extrapolating. So, it's all open. It's all on the table. It's, speculation galore. But just imagine something like this eventually evolving, right? Because today we have a certain capability. Just imagine if those mirrors get, different characteristics, different capabilities over time, right? This could be the beginning of a whole different type of satellite constellation, right? Just imagine if you could actually use this type of technology to terraform Mars or something like that, right? We're getting out there. Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles. You got it, Arnie. Right? And then the other thing that I thought of that was really kind of way out there is which Star Wars movie was it? You guys remember the Star Wars movie where oh gosh, what was that? They had the ice planet that they built the oh, daggone it. Somebody I hope will remember that. But Star Killer base. Do you guys remember the Star Killer base? Right, it would essentially suck all the energy out of a local star or sun, and it would no, I forget what planet it was on. It's no, this is one of the newer ones. Right, this is the Resistance blew it up at some point. It's one of the new ones. But, if you remember in that movie, They were essentially sucking all of the energy from the sun to generate this weapon to blow up planets. Can't I just extend my deer hunting day? Yeah, absolutely, Ron. There you go. There you go. Lighting up the backside of the moon. Yep. Yep, absolutely. George, I'm glad that's working out for you. I think that's a fantastic radio. I love it. I think you're really gonna really enjoy owning it and using it. So hopefully it continues to work out for you. Certainly you'll love it as a satellite radio if you're going to work satellites. You'll love it just as a 2-meter, 70 centimeter analog radio if you're just using it as a regular old VHF, UHF radio as well. But yeah, so that's this was the news item that caught my ear last week, and I found it just really interesting. Certainly one I'm going to be keeping an eye on. You know, they've got some real money, they've got some real backers, right? They've got Sequoia. Let's see, who else did they say in here? Who else was funding this? Let's see here. I remember seeing, maybe it was on the home page here. I saw it somewhere. Let's see here. Yeah, and I think the other thing, right, to understand is that this is just reflecting light, right? It's not changing the energy. It's a mirror. They're just redirecting it. Let's see, what areas can it illuminate? Can illuminate a specific area. Will not spill out of the defined service area. I am very curious about that. Can the light be adjusted? Absolutely. You can turn it on and off just by rotating the satellite. Right, I think all these things are fairly easy to imagine and kind of get your mind around. How can I request the service? All right, let's see. Yep, I don't disagree, Gray Man. They're reflecting light to places it's not intended to be. Let me see. I really want to see where. Oh, maybe it was under updates. I know I saw it somewhere. Maybe it was here. You know, I think Sequoia has, from what I had read, Sequoia had been involved at 2 funding rounds. So they're certainly, they see some potential here. But what really caught my ear is when I learned that the military was helping to fund it as well. Man, I wish I could find that. This, I think this gives a good kind of, a good illustration here. It's got to be just a little eerie, a little odd to be getting sunlight or be getting all that light, and be able to look up and see the stars. That's got to be very odd. Yeah, I'm not sure where I had. Well, what's this? Oh, they're showing. This is. Can you guys see the color changing here? They're trying to be really tricky here. Got it. Got it. All right. Hey, Andy, welcome. We just worked through the main topic for the evening. We were talking about this Reflect Orbital. So, interesting company. certainly one to keep your eye on. Certainly a topic that your imagination can spend a lot of time chewing on. And I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope, I'm curious if anyone out there had heard about this or seen this prior. But you guys will have to let me know if you enjoy these kinds of topics. All right, let's see. Let me catch up with folks here. Oh, let's see. I had done a fair amount of research on this. I have a ton of notes on it. I'm likely going to put together a little article on it. That's I found that's kind of a good way for me to memorialize some of. Yeah, here we go. To memorialize some of the information I've collected. I oftentimes want to refer back to it, and capturing that stuff in an article has proven to be a pretty good way for me to do that. So you guys can look for something like that. But yeah, $1.25 million. Department of the Air Force. But certainly go check out this website for yourself. I'll be putting a bunch of links to the various sources that I used just to learn about this myself. So if you guys have some deeper interest, that'll certainly get you started. All right. So what else do we have to talk about here tonight, folks? Let's see here. Oh, here we got a couple of comments. Bricker, let's see. Are my, let me see if, yeah, they're still running. Let's see if we can get some of these out here. Uh-oh. That looks a little funky, doesn't it? There, didn't like that at all. What do I got going here? I'm getting a GPU warning. Watch out. Let's try that again. See if that'll come up. There we go. Enough usage might delay the onset of the next ice age. Well, it also, right, that was another thing that kind of jumped into my mind, right, again, as a kind of ecological weapon, right? What if a nation state decided to direct 30,000 satellites, reflections of solar energy at an ice cap, right? At an iceberg. Who knows, right? I think some of those are not likely scenarios, but it sure makes you think. They're not likely scenarios in the technology that we have right now. But what I always think about is how this technology evolves right beyond what we can see today and the risks associated with that. Gray Man, I enjoyed the presentation, but not the topic. I hear you, Gray Man. I hear you. Let's see. Yeah, well, that's the other thing I was talking about, Ron, right? What if you had a counter satellite constellation where you could swoop in and redirect the sunlight that was being concentrated in a particular area? I don't know. That's an interesting question, Chris. Chris asking about, didn't Mythbusters try this with the Archimedes light ray. But again, right, this is, today what we're capable of doing is redirecting sunlight. But we all know, right, that if you take two flashlights and shine them at the same location, right, it gets brighter. So just imagine if you could do thousands of flashlights at the same location. And just imagine if those flashlights could cover a 3-mile radius. That's crazy. Or a 3-mile diameter. That's crazy. Yeah, good way to start fires and drought in some countries. Well, the thing that popped up in my mind, George, this isn't too far away, right? Let's say you have this capability. We we optimize and we're able to do this at will, on a whim, whatever. My mind goes back to whenever I was, a kid, with my little handheld magnifier, right? Frying ants on the sidewalk, right? What if all of a sudden you swap out some of these mirrors, or you combine a mirror with some other type of device that can alter the energy of that light beam and do something different with it. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, once you start thinking about this stuff, right, your mind can just, you can really get out there. All right. Well, let's see here. I had mentioned that Seed Studio had come out with a, let's see here. This is a sense cap. Oh, what was it called? A sense cap something X1. Here it is. MeshTracker X1. So when I looked at this yesterday, it was sold out. Yeah, it's on back order. Production begins after payment, 4 to 6 weeks. So that's a different message than what was there yesterday. So it looks like maybe they have got some of the marketing out ahead of the product, right? Which, we've all seen that happen before. But yeah, here you can get a good look at it. You got the USB-C. It's a little bit thicker. Reminds me a lot of the rack tag. Reminds me quite a bit of the tag. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what, there's not really too much to go through on this thing, other than the fact that it's a little thicker. It's got a little bigger battery. It's got USB-C, and it's got a barometer. So those are all good things. Oh, it does use a different LoRa chip. So this is a newer LoRa chip. We could look into what that may mean. But here's the graphic that I grabbed for the ThisNThat, right? It's IP66. Still got a decent rating, 5-day battery life. Got your barometer. What's this? Ultra precise. Ooh, it's got dual band GPS tracking. Okay, so that's new. That's different. So that's an improvement. Interesting. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Dave. IP67 or IP66? They're showing 66 on their graphic, Dave. I'm curious. This looks like a real button, right? Which is a little bit different. There we go. I don't know, Dave, if you've got any insight on that button. Again, this really, really looks like the button implementation on this rack device. So instead of the case that flexes, there's a little bit more of a true button there. Let me see. Oh, he's got it in his hands right now. Excellent. And it is a real button. Yeah, yeah. So I know Dave's been saying, oh, they're working on it. They're working on it. You know, to me, this looks like they've hit all the things that they needed to hit. You know, a little bit more battery life. I love the fact that it's USB-C. Everything else for me is gravy, right? It's IP66, beautiful, ultra precise. Okay. I'm hoping that's not stealing any battery life, because the regular precise was good enough for me. I'd rather have more battery life than ultra precise, but I'm not going to complain about it. I like the addition of the barometer. So I think it's going to be a winner. Yeah, I'll be interested to get my hands on one and check it out. But it looks like it's going to be a winner. You know, as a manufacturer, I think this is where someone like Seed has a big benefit, right? That they can iterate, they can improve, they can actually make changes to the PCB, they can select different components. Now, let's see what, so an 1100 milliamp hour. So that's, what's the T1000? 700 milliamp hour, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Oh, they does still have the temperature. And I guess that we're getting the barometric pressure and the temperature here. I'm guessing that's where those sensors live. Let's see. Dave's saying a couple of days on his test unit. Cool. It's always fun to see some new devices come out. Let's see. Oh, this is future version. So it looks like they can add some additional sensors in some future versions. That's pretty cool. This is what I wanted to see, what they were, right? What's the power input? Oh, it's still only 5 volts at half an amp. Type C, new Type C is just the fact that it's using USB-C, not that it's using a fast charge technology. Got it. I mean, it's not a very big battery. It's not gonna, I mean, it's great that it's bigger than the 700 milliamp hour battery, but its point being, it's not going to take that long to charge. So, oh, okay, we got a little blow up here. Let's see. So they say the air pressure is up here, But what is... Oh, so that's for the buzzer? Oh, yeah, it's a buzzer hole. Interesting. So they're getting air pressure through the case? I don't know how that stuff works. I don't have any experience with any of that. That seems odd, though, that they can get the air pressure, unless it's just also a benefit of having that quote buzzer hole. Check your text message. Oh, okay. Ah, well, looky there. That's very cool, Dave. That's very cool. Let's see. So the L2, is the L2 on the website? Let me see if the L2 is up here on the website. Well, before we do that, let me just see if I missed anything else here. Bricker, I saw your comment, surprised that it doesn't have a humidity sensor. That would be a nice addition. Oh, here we got a block diagram. Let's see. Buzzer, motor driver. Air pressure. It's using the same processor, the NRF 52840. Cool. Yeah, I didn't see anything else that really stuck out for me there. Let's see. This looks like some Photoshop magic here. That's the exact same photo that they have on the T1000 page. It's got to be the same one, right? Or it's doggone close. All right, let's check. These kind of things crack me up. Maybe they migrated that picture away. Yeah, it looks like maybe they did. I am almost positive. I'm almost positive I have that picture in the T1000. It's just one of those things that catches my eye. Let's see. Anything else of interest down here? I don't think so. Let's see here. Oh, nope. The L2 is in early development. Can I show that picture? I love that we live in the future. Isn't that the truth? Dave, you tell me if I can share that picture. If I can't, that's fine. But if I can, I will. Yes. Okay. Here, let me get it off my phone. All right, here it comes. Let me go find it. Tag on it. Where'd it go? Let me drag it over here and find it real quick. Real quick being a relative term here. Let's see, let me try that again. I don't know where I sent it to. Okay, I sent it where I thought I sent it. Why didn't it show up? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, give me 1 second here. All right, here it is. All right, so for those that are interested, there's the X1 next to the L2. Dave, is that a quarter 20? That's not a quarter 20 on there, is it? Let's see, all the streaming stuff is off, so I'm still amazed that if I had a stream with Tim earlier on the other side of the rock, some hiccups in video and audio happened. Yep, but by and large, this stuff all works pretty well. Oh, it is a quarter 20 on there. Interesting. Okay. Very, very interesting. That's cool. Thanks for sharing, Dave. It'll be interesting to see that when it comes out as well. Very cool. Well, that was a good little diversion there. Can't give all the specs, but it's cool. Good, good. Hey, I love seeing all these new devices. I think it's awesome. Take my money. Yeah, I mean, this is so easy, right? These are great. I mean, I always have one of the card nodes with me, just because of the convenient factor. But this will replace all the others every single time, just because it's USB-C, and that's, I've got USB-C everywhere. I can plug it in anywhere I am. I can charge it in my car. I can charge it. I've always got USB-C in my bag. That's, I've got the ability to charge it here, right? That just automatically makes that the number one choice for a card node. It's just it. Quarter 20, Arnie. So that's a quarter inch 20. So it's like your tripod base. That's a quarter 20. Yes, standard camera thread. So it's a quarter inch opening with a 20. I don't know what you call that thread count. There's a term for it that escapes me right now. Quarter 20 is what I can't find when I need it. Yeah, that's the way it always works. Like I've got, rigging here for cameras and all that type of thing. It all connects with quarter 20. All that stuff all goes together with quarter 20. So that's why it's kind of an interesting thing to have on a node. I'm gonna have to think about that for a while. Threads per inch. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, guys. Thread pitch. That's probably thread pitch, not threads per inch. Thank you. Is it threads per inch or is it thread? All right, let's look it up. You guys. In a quarter 20 stud, is the 20 threads per inch or thread pitch? And maybe it's the same thing. 20 refers to threads per inch. Okay. Not the thread pinch. So those are different things. So there you go, Arnie. You got your diameter quarter inch with 20 threads per inch. All right, let's see. That's it. Delete the wrong answer. Never happened. Yeah, that Diagon 10 millimeter socket. That's like whenever I was a kid, like on your bicycle and everything was a 1/2 inch nut, right? So it's like if you had a 1/2 inch nut or a 1/2 inch wrench, you could pretty much dismantle the world or fix the world. And so it was always the 1/2 inch wrench that was missing. And that always happens when you have a brother. And if it wasn't your brother's fault, you blame it on your brother anyhow when your dad comes looking for it. That's the way all that stuff works. Oh, no problem, Dave. Dave, we already got through the topic. This is we're in the free for all time. So you are more than welcome. Let's see here. Brent, let's see. First timer coming to Huntsville. Sweet. So you'll drive in daily. Okay. Planning to do all of 4 days in August. Nice. ADHD, so want to experience it all. Any advice? So my advice would be don't drive it every day. My advice would be if you can, stay. Right? It's so the Hamfest is great. It's a very manageable size, right? That's a polite way of saying you can do it in a half a day. Now, if you are somebody who really loves rummaging through the boneyard, it'll take you a full day because the boneyard there is exceptional. There's always great stuff in the boneyard. And everything's indoors, so that's the other bonus, right? Everything from a Hamfest perspective is in the AC, which is a beautiful thing. But the Hamfest is like 25% of the Huntsville Hamfest experience, right? Everybody, I mean, we essentially take over Montesano. We take over the mountain. A ton of people will be there every day, every night. There's ham radio activities. Obviously, we've got 4 days in August. TO's using the pavilion that we use for a lot of other activities. I think he's got Wednesday and Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Kyle has Friday for the picnic. And I think there's still some discussion on if Saturday's available, if we want Saturday. But regardless of Saturday, after the official Hamfest activities, after everyone's went down and they've spent half a day downtown, everybody goes and hangs out at Montesano. And then there's always some groups that spin off and do some of the different activities that the area offers, right? Whether that's going to the Space Museum, and it's probably not called the Space Museum, but I call it the Space Museum. That's where the Saturn V rocket is, so for my money, it's a space museum. And I love that place. It's fantastic. But there's so many great little excursions, right? You have Gigaparts there. You can go spend several hours at Gigaparts. You can go to the Space Museum. There's lots of great restaurants. And there's always like groups of people that are doing these little excursions. And they're generally, everything kind of launches from Montesano. And it's usually, you know, it's kind of announced that, hey, we're getting a group to go here. Anybody who wants to go, we're leaving in 30 minutes, whatever. So, full day's worth of activities. And then in the evenings, that's when, that's when the adults come out to play. And usually it's sitting around, in a campfire type scenario. Usually we don't have a fire going, but everyone kind of sits around in a big ring and just smokes cigars, drinks beer, relaxes, drinks water, drink whatever you want to drink. It's a very low/no pressure type environment, but everyone just hangs out and enjoys one another's company until people start dozing off, and then everybody kind of goes their separate ways. And then you get up the next day and you do the whole thing over again. So it is a ton of fun. And so much of it happens outside of the Hamfest on the mountain. So my recommendation is, if you don't have to drive back every night, if you've got if you got a buddy that's in the campground already, or you should try to plan and stay later into the evening, at least one night. I think you'll enjoy that. All right, let's see here. That was pretty long-winded explanation, but hopefully some folks got some benefit from it. All right, let's see here. What else is happening? Yeah, Redstone, skydiving. Yeah, a lot of people go to a Trash Pandas game. There's some people organizing that. We'll go to the Yellowhammer Brewery one afternoon. Usually that's like a Saturday afternoon type of deal. Robert, yeah, you're gonna someday, man, you're gonna have to make some plans to go. It's a really good time. V8 juice with vodka. There you go. Yep. Pick your favorite drink, whether it's water, whether it's whiskey, doesn't matter. It's all about just hanging out and having a good time. And we definitely have a good time. Boy, that's just right around the corner. It'll be here before you know it. All right, let's see. What else do I have here? We got through all those. We got through that. Man, yeah, I don't know that I've got, I mentioned already that I've got the Eberlestock Force. Just to give you guys a preview, I was able to take the multi-pack that I have the 2730 in, reach in, pull that radio out, and put it right into the Force. So I think it's going to be a good option for folks who don't yet have a chest rig, who are interested in one. I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to be a real good solution. Well, I tell you, here's something we could do. Let me see. Hold on a minute. This is, I've got an idea. I was so bummed when I learned that Icom had put the kibosh on their manual. But I wonder. Let me look. I have a curiosity here. And let me just look before I go too far down this road. And maybe not. Oh, wait a second. I'm trying to see. I need to. I'm curious, right? So we saw the Japanese boxes being stuffed and ready to go. That makes me wonder if the Japanese manual might be available. Give me 1 second. Maybe not. All right, let me try one more thing here. Oh, wait a second. All right. Here we go. All right. Now, I'm sure it's in Japanese, but that doesn't mean we can't discern some interesting information here. Yes, it does. It is in Japanese. Okay. Okay, let's see here. It is definitely in Japanese. Microsoft Windows Bluetooth. Look at that. APRS. D-Star. Google and Google Play. So there's going to be likely an app. Yep, we got iPhone, Apple iPhone, and iPad. the store, Google Play, App Store, Wi-Fi. Okay, interesting. Have AI translate it? I don't think. Okay, this file's limited permissions. Okay, I don't think my browser will translate it. All right, this is a PDF. You need something that's going to translate the PDF. Okay, we get some. I mean, I think it was a great sign to see the APRS called out. Micro SD. Let me see if. All right, let's go a free PDF Japanese to English translator. Let's see. PDF translator. No sign up. Easy PDF document translator. That sounds like a winner. All right, let me see. Drop my PDF. I did. Do you not want it? Here's the other problem. How big is this file? 20 meg. There may be some limitations on some of these. Let me try something else. No, this thing refuses to load it. All right, let's move on to the next one. Best PDF translator online for free. Here we go. Now my guess is it's not going to be able to translate the images, but we'll see. All right, Dave. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sharing as well. All right, so we want the entire document, daggone it. Okay. Well, this looks pretty good. All right. There's a quick manual. There's a connection guide. This is the utilization manual. How to use a micro SD. D-Star operation, GPS operation, voice transmission, communication recording. How to use memory, scanning. Firmware updates. About DV Gateway. Updating the repeater list. What's this doing here? Oh, it's doing it page by page. Okay, let's see. So these are the registered trademarks. This is what we were looking at before. So we got D-Star, APRS by Tapper. Bluetooth, Microsoft Windows, Google, iOS, right? All those ones we saw. Oh, this is painful. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like it's translating the text, right? You guys know how to read this, right? It's right to left instead of left to right. Let's see. It's not getting anything that's obviously in the pictures. Okay. Is there anything here that we're really interested in? I don't think so. I'm not going to, well, there it is. It's done. You can set it, point it at an NTP server, Wi-Fi settings. Okay. So it can do some manner of Wi-Fi. Maybe for some firmware updates. I'm not sure. How many in the chat are using D-Star? I don't use it. I've only tried it a few times, but I don't use it. It's a good question though, Arnie. How to use a micro SD card. I think we can skip that. Well, let's see. Since this has to do page by page, let's look at, and maybe I grabbed the wrong manual. Let's see if there's anything here that looks interesting. Duplex operation. Okay. So this is a little bit further than halfway down. Duplex operation. Let's see, Lisa, nope. Morgan uses it. Nice. Andy uses it. Okay. All right, let's see. 6 recordings. So I think it was further down. 7. Oh, did it have numbers? Okay, section 7. Maybe we can zoom a little more quickly here. Here's section 8. What's section 8? Scan. We might jump and see if we can find the basic manual. Okay, repeater duplex operation. Let's see. About duplex operation 9.4. There we go. This just looks like standard Icom, which is nice, right? It's standard Icom configuration, right? Just like you would set it up on your ID50, 52, anything else there. You know what? Let's try to find. Let's go back to the download list. Compliance instructions, simple manual. Let's look at the simple manual. Ah, very nice. Let Google do the reading. All right, this is a 6 meg file. This looks like the one we want. Let's see. I think I actually have to. Is this it? This is it. I have to tell it to download it, I believe. I don't think it actually downloaded it yet. Where are you at? There we go. Save. Analyzing with AI. Translate. Oh, you're out of free use for today. Oh, you dirty dog. All right, let's see. Well, let's see if we can find a different tool. Online doc translator. Okay. Yeah, Japanese to English. Oh, this looks fishy to me. Document will download after a short ad. No. All right, let's see what else. There's too many other options. Let's see. Belindoc, free PDF translator. Ah, you can choose your model. Interesting. Source language is Japanese. Oh, I don't know which one. Maybe we'll let it figure it out on its own. Oh, maybe I'll at least do this. Nope. Oh, I don't want to create an account. Let's try Japanese. No, I don't want to create an account. Arr. See, here's the problem, right? This is the problem. I could call Paul. Yes, that might be the better solution. How to translate a PDF with Grok. Upload the file, attach your PDF document directly. You can try that. Oh, I'm in. I forgot I am. All right, let me try something else here. Let me try. Yeah, I mean, I like that idea, Jeremy. Let's, I will be super shocked. Let's see. So you're saying to find the Japanese manual. We found the Japanese manual. Let's see. I spell that wrong. Japanese. Isn't that how you spell that? How do you spell that? Oh, they want a capital. We have the Japanese manual for the Icom ID-5200D. Can you find the for the ID 5200A? just give this a whirl. This would be the easiest thing. Doesn't look like it, right? It's, well, you know what? I don't know if I even just looked on the Icom America site. Let's see if they've got anything out here. I would have thought they would have had it right up front and center. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Let me try something else here. Well, let's see. Where was that? Trying to get back to that conversation. I'm not signed in, so it's not going to keep it. Yeah, I don't think it's out there. Like I said, they went out of their way to block the release of it. I would be really surprised. Let's see. Well, let's try that instead. I'd be happy to help you translate. Please choose one of the following methods. Yeah, we'll drop it in. Okay. Please translate this file. Did it just puke on me? Something went wrong. Is the file too big? Got me all excited. I thought for sure it's going to work. Look at that. Puke. Psych. All right, let's try something else. This is the smaller file. I'm just going to drop the file in. Once you share, I will provide a clear, and I'm just not even going to say anything. Yeah, it just, boom. I think the file's likely too big, or maybe too big for a free tier. Could be, could be. Let me try something else here. So I'm going to try it on my other browser where I'm logged in. It's thinking about it. Let's see if I... Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Here, let me see if I can show this. You guys will get a crack. You'll get a I think you'll get a kick out of this. Let's see. You have a translated version. Rayman, you have a translated version. Should be able to drop it in Discord, maybe. So whenever I had Gemini do it, it basically just translated it as a markdown file. So it's got this, who knows how long this markdown response is. Tim, you could either, let's see here. I'm thinking Discord is maybe the easiest. You can do big files with Discord. I don't know how big the file is. I don't know what kind of format it is. All right. I see Gray Man dropped it out there. Okay. There we go. Now let me... Where did I drop that? There it is. That's not what I want. Let me do this. I mean, they should know that we're tenacious enough that we're going to keep pecking at this until we are able to look at it. So just freaking let us look at it. Japan, English. Okay, advanced manual, English translation, unofficial translation. This looks pretty good though, Tim. You did the advanced manual. Can you do the basic manual? I think, whoop, hold on. Did we get truncated? This is 11 pages. Oh, it's only an excerpt. Okay. I thought it was interesting that they listed APRS, right? Because Ray said that wasn't going to be available out of the box. That would be a firmware update. But I thought it was interesting that they mention it. Send it over, Riddy. Let's see, are you sending the other one, Tim? See, that was the advanced one. Well, maybe it was a good idea that we need to let go for now. SSTV. Feldhell. I'll peck away at that when I get a chance, because I'm curious to see. I mean, this actually did a pretty good job here. I mean, it stripped out all the photos, but whatever you used here, Tim, it looked like it did a pretty good job. Looks pretty good. All right, let's see. Oh, see what Jeremy sent me here. Oh, just a summary. Yeah. We want the gory detail, though. The gory details. Let me see what else I've got for you guys. Tim, I saw your other note. I was trying to do my part there. All right, let's see. Bob, it's a trap. It was a trap. I have Grok here. Let me try Grok on my logged in account. Let me see what Grok thinks of it. We'll give it one more try. All right, let's see here. Let me find the file. Give me that Japanese one. Let's drop it in there. Grok's thinking about it. I'm a Grok fan as well, Arnie. That's usually my go-to. That's usually where I start. Yeah, I'll let that run on the side here and see. Oh, what do we got here? So this did the same. This did the same thing. Looks like it's still translating. Where it's just generating a markdown file with all the content. All right, let me try. I'll let that continue to translate. And then let's get ready for it. So this is a markdown viewer. Still translating it. It's on page 12-13. Not sure how many pages. Let me take a look. Let me see how many sections. It's about 90 pages overall, but what's the section? Probably close to done. Oh yeah, looks like it might be done. It's doing a glossary now, or yeah, we're getting all the caution information. Oh, wait. Names and function of each part. Maybe we're not anywhere near it. Let me look again. This is section... Oh, no. It is done. Okay. So let me copy this. Oh, wait. I want to copy it in Markdown. I was hoping it might be a little more formatted. Let me try to copy that again. Did it not copy? I mean, I'm seeing Markdown. Yeah. But the only thing we can do with this is maybe search. Let's see here. Do I have a search option in here? Well, there I lost my markdown. Let's see. I want the markdown piece. I guess I need the eyeball. Okay, so here's the markdown. I guess I can just search. I want to see if they talk about APRS at all. Didn't find anything. Let's see. Is it searching? It is searching. But there's no APRS. This just isn't as exciting without the pictures. KC1PDW, good night. Thanks for hanging out and being late shifter here. Holy smokes. After midnight. Okay, let's see. What else are you guys interested in? Let's see what else we can find here. I'm curious about, what about the Wi-Fi stuff? Not in this manual. Let's see, do we have... They have a connection guide. They have an advanced manual. That's the other one. This is the simplified. DV gateway function. Supplementary. Oh wait, other functions, firmware update, optional accessories in the supplementary manual. Might have to look at that. Okay. I'm just scanning through this to try to see if there's anything. Oh, here's their open source. Announcements, or I forget what you call those. zlib, libpng, embed TLS. You know what? I wonder, well, we saw it in the other one. I'm wondering if maybe they're not going to add the APRS implementation in the Japanese version. So we got our Bluetooth. You have to fly to Japan and buy a 5200. Yeah. If it would work here, I could consider that. Let's see. GPS notes. Table of contents, finally. 14 pages in. Features, accessories. Let's go to the accessories, because I know they're supposedly un-ICOM-ish in that they're providing at least for the head, they're providing a bracket. Where was that? This is painful. Let's just see. So there's an optional bracket. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what they provide. What's in the box? It's tough to look at. Tough to look at. And it doesn't feel like it's all of it. Let's see. I guess it is, though. The full 96-page manual covers all of the above topics in greater depth. Oh, so what is this? If you need more detailed translation. So it looks like maybe it didn't give me all of it. Daggone it. Check your Discord. New document. New document incoming. All right. Let's see. Let me download this bad boy. And translated. Where did that go? All right. So it starts to download that, but doesn't download it. What the heck? Oh, I see. Knucklehead. Dum-dum. Okay. Dum-dum. Okay. 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 Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if Tim got us a winner here. Google Docs translated version using Google Translate. Okay. Just for the fun of it. Let's see if we can find, oh, it found bracket. APRS, no APRS. So let's get to, okay, introduction, features, accessories. Spurious emissions. Precautions. Caution regarding wireless LAN. What is that about? Yikes. Okay, equipped with Wi-Fi, wireless LAN. Let's see. Okay, the use of the 5.2 gig band is restricted to indoors by radio law, except when communicating with the base station or land mobile relay stations. Let's see. Do not use this product near people with cardiac pacemakers. Okay. All right, let's see. When a repeater station, you guys can't read this. Let's see. When a repeater station or assist station remotely operated by a remote control station. What do we see? Requirements for the radio law related examination standard. Only if an operation is performed using an internet. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Yeah, there's nothing really exciting there for us to dig into, I don't think. Started to walk with a cane with the intent to walk without it soon. Let's see. Yikes. Arnie, I didn't realize you broke your hip. Sorry to hear that, but starting to walk with a cane. Good for you. All right, let's see. This is not quite as bad, but not necessarily good either. Micro SD card, GPS operation. Guess there's just nothing that's really surprising at this stage. We've kind of we've been waiting for this radio for a little while, and we've been getting some trickled out updates. We got some good updates at Hamvention this year, certainly. Okay, I was just curious what it was saying about that fuse. So that's in the power cable. Yeah, I'm just not sure there's anything really too super exciting here without some pictures to dig into, unless you guys have a specific feature that you want me to try to see if it's represented in here. Okay, so this is the Japanese version. See, they do have two versions, right? So we talked about this at the top of the show. They've got the standard version, and then they've got the D version. Standard version is 20 watts, 10 watts, and 2 watts. Oh, this is good to see. So we got a 50 watt, a 15 watt, and a 5 watt. So that's similar to what you get with the 2730. I like seeing that middle option is 15 watts. You can certainly use 15 watts when working CubeSats, especially at lower elevations. where a lot of other mobiles go up to a higher wattage in that mid section. So I think that's a plus. That's a good thing. Let's see here. Table of specifications. I think the tables get kind of whacked in the translation here. That was the closest thing to a table I could find. See, these tables get just kind of whacked. Let me get closer to the bottom of the page. It's about your D star. Now, I guess the other thing I could do, right, is see whereabouts. This is not the one I want. This is the one I want. Okay, so let's see if where the table of specifications is in the manual. Those are the menus. See if there's something up front. Sorry, again, you guys can't see that real well. See all your connections. We saw, you know, actual pictures of this device. See if anything looks different here. Anything is fun or interesting. USB connection, DV. 16. What's 16? That looks like maybe record. If you're recording voice. I don't see any other little hints, or there's our duplex. If we're configured for duplex. I guess maybe 11s if you're pointing to an NTP server, maybe. Your Vox mode. Memory mode. I don't see anything that's like jumping out that is surprising to me. I'm guessing, what's this little 15? That little picture. Image transfer display. Shown when image transfer function is on. So it sounds like you can send images. Right, that jumps out. That's that guy right there. And I guess I might as well look at it while I'm here. I'm thinking this is the recorder. Recording. Yep, recording or paused. Let's see if there's anything else here that looks interesting. Number 8, what's this little cloud picture for? Does that mean you're connected to the internet somehow? Built-in gateway. So that's your DV gateway. Okay. I don't use any of that stuff, so that's not familiar to me. Bluetooth, that's probably your Wi-Fi. What's this? Is that your AC power? That's an odd looking. Oh no, wait a second. Looky here. That's interesting. What is that? When setting up automatic replies, then this must be our TNC stuff. I didn't want to hit that. When KISS is set to 9600, when KISS is set to 1200. So there's our TNC. So I guess all of these are represented in that spot. EMR mode, BK mode, packet loss, auto response display, KISS, EMR mode, packet loss, auto response. Okay. Well, it's good to see this. Let's see if, so KISS, since it's an acronym, is just KISS. Okay, KISS on off, USB, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. What's that? Feel like you're on a treasure hunt. E-Touch Assist. Interesting. A way to quickly learn Japanese. I like that. Let's see what else we've got here related to KISS TNC. You gonna let me grab that? Data speed, band, delay, and baud. Okay. So that all looks real. That's good. That's what we expected. Anything else stick out to you guys? That's our high power, I think, 22. Yep, that's your power setting. High, mid, low. Okay, pretty straightforward, I think. Pretty straightforward. Let's see. Well, we still have some folks out there Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Got about 30 people out there, somewhere around there, 29, 30 people. I guess that's the benefit of being on at midnight. There's not a whole lot else going on, right? It's a captive audience. Let's see. So I think we kind of beat that horse. What else? Anything else you guys are interested in chatting about tonight? We got a little MeshTastic in. We got a little new radio stuff in. Let me see here. Let's see if I don't think I've got anything else super exciting or new to share. Let me do one more quick scan here. Yeah, I think I'm good for tonight. I think I've hit the finish line. I'll give you guys one more chance here to see if there's anything that we need to touch base on. Let's see. I think we're good with all these. I'll leave links to all the things we talked about tonight, just in case. Let's see. Do you want the test report? Oh, that's a good call, Arnie. That's a great call. Tim, I think I think I'm okay because I'm going to go out and poke around. But that is a great call, Arnie. I remember watching John on I think it was TechTV back in the day. This is back, gosh, what was that? I guess it was early 2000s, maybe late 90s. Let's take a look. This guy was like the first like tech reporter that at least that I ran into. Silicon Spin, that was the show I used to, yeah, Tech TV, Silicon Spin. I watched a lot of Silicon Spin. Yep. Also, well, I'm trying to think what other shows he was on. Boy, let's see. Let's see what they say about it here. Yeah, so I think, I first learned about him in some of these magazines, right? PC Magazine was likely the one that I ran into first. Let's see what else he was published in. I'm thinking PC Magazine was some of his earlier activities. But let's see, when was this Tech TV? Where'd I go? I lost it. When was Silicon Spin on? This had to be late 90s, early 2000s. Computer Shopper. God, I loved buying that. I would buy that on like a Friday, and I would spend all weekend going through that. For you guys that don't know what the Computer Shopper is, when it first came out, it was printed on like a newspaper type stock, and it was a big, large format magazine. Now over time it kind of lost, it kind of, if I recall, it started being published in a more standard format, but originally this was a large format periodical that had tons and tons and tons. It probably had more ads in it than it had anything else. Let's see if we can find the Computer Shopper magazine. Yeah, so these are like the later ones. Let's see. I want the earlier ones. I want the large format ones that were, let's see. Large format newspaper. See if we can find some of those. Yeah, this is definitely the newer style. Do you guys remember that? Boy, here we go. This looks more like it. That's more like it. Yeah, this is the one that I cut my teeth on right here. This style right here. Here you go. So this is in the 80s. Yep, 84, 86. I'm thinking maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, here we go. What year is this? Oh boy, let's see. Can we? But you can kind of see it was the kind of a newspaperish type of paper. Yeah, here's an 86 edition. Gosh, I used to love that. And he would write for that, certainly. Let's see, when did this start? Arnie, you got me down a rabbit hole now, buddy. Let's see. Well, it looks like 2008. I don't, I want to see the older one though. I don't want this. Yeah, this isn't the right one. The magazine gained a reputation for its large size during the 90s. It ballooned to over 1,000 pages. Yeah, I know. It would take me, I would sit down and go through that thing front to back, and it would take me all weekend to do it. Loved that magazine. Sears Christmas Wish Book. Ah, oh, nice. Hey, Jody. Um, Compute's Gazette magazine did a tribute of Computer Shopper. The font back, all those feels. Yeah. You know what? I would not be surprised. Right, I was still in high school whenever I started reading this. I would not be surprised if there isn't a stack of these at my mom's house in the attic somewhere. But yeah, these are the ones here that love those 80 yeah, it had to be like, I'm thinking probably 85, somewhere around there is when I started reading them. That's fantastic. All right, so let's get back to John. But that's probably where I first ran into John. All right, let's see. Boy, he was a prolific dude. He did a lot of stuff here. All right, when was this Silicon spin on? I'm thinking it's late. No, okay, here we go. Well, that was the personal computer show. I want Silicon Spin. So here's 2000. Okay. Full VHS tape. Hey, did you guys see that? I heard this. I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. Okay. Arnie, this is all your fault tonight. Um, let's see. So Stranger Things, VHS, VHS mode. I don't know what else to call it. The VHS special edition. Have you guys, did you guys hear this? So there's, and I'm going to have to watch this because it's going to be awesome. So they put an edition of Stranger Things out with all the artifacts to make it look like you're viewing it on a VHS. You can kind of you can kind of see it there. Oh, that's awesome. So I'm going to have to definitely watch that. So let's see. Okay, maybe we'll come back to that in a minute. I want to see when Silicon Spin came on. Does it not have its own? I guess it doesn't. Let's see. Is there a link here for Silicon Spin? Screensavers. That one was good as well. But Silicon Spin is what I really remember John on. All right, let's just ask some questions here. What years was TechTV's Silicon Spin on? 98 to 2001. Okay. Yep. That computes. Definitely. Yeah, the dude did this dude, he was a busy dude, no doubt about it. What was he, 80? Is that what I recall? 46, yep. 46 to 26, 80 years old. Oh, that was a good call, Arnie. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, Be Kind Rewind, 94. Yeah, that was good stuff. You know, I'm going to have to go back and watch. It looks like, yeah, it looks like there's at least a handful of episodes out there. Silicon Spin 119. All right, let's try something here. Silicon Spin, Jesus Telecom. So let's try something else. So let's go Silicon Spin number 1. Unknown episode. No, so there's just going to be a smattering. Yeah, this is it. He'd have his guests on in a little round table style. What do we got here? Do we got a guest? Where's John? I don't see John. All right, maybe we need something earlier. Silicon Spin. Let's go. Let's try 1994. We got to get to some of the early episodes. All right, let's try 92. You know, another place that might have them, I don't remember this dude. This dude looks like maybe he followed John. They might have these up on Internet Archive as well. Let's try it this way. Boy, I hope they have some John episodes out here. Let's just do a search for John. You know what? This sucks here. Let's go to YouTube and do the search within YouTube. What in the heck? What am I in? Bing, hell. Ugh. Hate Bing. All right. There we go. Jeez. There we go. There's John. I'm going to have to go back and watch some of these. I have to look and see what kind of guests he has on.
At left guard, Greg Hill, San Francisco bureau chief for the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. Boy, if that's not an 80s look. Let's see. What is this episode?
Tackle Janet Ray Dupree, who's a technology reporter for the San Jose.
Doesn't say. Maybe it would say somewhere. Oh, let's look at the machine.
A parent's consent before getting information from any kid.
Is that a gateway?
16 million kids online. How can government begin to...
Lordy.
Psychologically, cybersex can be problematic, even destructive.
What do we got? Oh, they're talking about some internet dating crap here. All right, let's go a little bit further. All right. I'm going to have to watch some of these.
A French suitor for Lucent,
Oh, look at that.
Tilts his hat to technology.
Go back there.
A French suitor for Lucent, a thumbs down for Palm.
Yeah,
Microsoft
Palm.
fire on
Palm computing.
And a green ogre named Shrek tilts his hat to technology. It's all ahead on Silicon.
Is this whole episode about that? It might be. Oh, these are fun to go back and look at. Let's see. Hey, Tim. Welcome.
They will provide it as a license for
Yeah, so right now we're doing a little John Dvorak retrospective. Looking back at some of his old Silicon Spin episodes. We just did a little dive back into Computer Shopper, which was like, that was the magazine slash shopping periodical back in the mid 80s, right? That's when I was like just getting deep into computer stuff. Love those old Computer Shoppers. I am definitely going to have to go do some digging the next time I get to my mom's house. Good stuff. Yeah, so we're just kind of looking back at some of the old Dvorak days. Oh, Cranky Geeks. This was his show also. That was a great show.
Yeah, no, everybody says that. Yeah, no, ones are very, yeah, no, there's a couple. Yeah, no, I agree. Point is, yeah.
Yeah, I have to go back and check some of those out this weekend. That's a great call. Arnie, you get the gold star tonight. Do not miss this. Check this on Windows Weekly, the columnist Savant, reflecting on John C. Dvorak's influence and impact. Thanks. Yeah, I'll check that out, Arnie. Windows Weekly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was definitely on Screensavers. Yeah, I think, well, he and Leo had a falling out at one point. I think they reconciled, but at one point those guys, they were feuding. Let's see. Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah, these guys, they got into a little hissy fit. We don't want to dwell on that though. If that's something you're interested in, you can certainly find it. But that goes back in the day. Yeah, this was I remember when, this TechTV stuff started coming out and Twit started coming out. I mean, that was cool, right? That there was actually somebody doing news and shows that was, related to tech, because you just didn't see that in a lot of different places. Oh yeah, the money machine. Gosh, I forgot about all these different shows. There's our Silicon Spin. Some of these I don't recall. But I remember the money machine. Fresh Gear, that was another good one. That was that was another one that I always watched. Cybercrime was a good one. Digital Avenue, I remember that one. Call for Help. Big Thinkers, yeah. So they front load all the ones that I remember. I don't remember a lot of these other ones. Pretty cool stuff though. I don't remember some of these names. Maybe I would remember them if I saw their faces. But John was certainly the one that stood out. Oh yeah, Adam Curry. Yeah, he also was one of the ones that stood out, certainly. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right, Jody. And that's back when you actually could, right? You could actually go into the cable office and um, you could actually do that. You could actually lobby for a particular channel. Those early days of cable were pretty wild. I had a buddy that he worked for some of the regional cable providers in Pennsylvania that were ultimately gobbled up. A lot of those small regional cable companies were eventually folded into much larger organizations. But some of the stories that he could tell about, everything from running the cable, how, some of the insane and silly things they would do when they were running the cable. I mean, just running it on the ground, just laying it on the ground. Not burying it, not getting it up on a pole, just literally laying it on the ground in certain situations to, just all the kind of shenanigans on the business side. That was kind of interesting stuff. Yeah, good stuff. I am really kind of surprised. I guess maybe I shouldn't be, that there aren't more pictures. You know what? Let's go. Let's change. I'm just really surprised there aren't more pictures of old 80s computer shoppers. Here we go. Yes. Yes. Here they are. This is what I remember right here. Yeah, 85. This was it. This was the sweet spot. Yep. 2 1/4. And this thing was huge. These things were so big. Oh my gosh. Do they actually have some of this? Oh my gosh. They actually have it. This is 259 pages. Look at this. Yeah, I remember these old Star printers. I remember working on these Star printers too. They were actually pretty decent printers. They weren't as good as the Epsons. I mean, the Epsons were those were the high dollar, the really good machines. I also remember when Oki Data came out with like the what was it, the Oki Data 20, something like that, that could print color for a couple $100. Look at this. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, this is awesome. Man, I tell you, I used to look at every single one of these ads. It's like I would know from month to month when things in these ads would change. What is this here? An old DG? Data General 1, yeah. Boy, some of those early displays were just horrid. I remember some of the Toshibas. Horrid. This is just crazy. Oh, yeah. I remember buying bulk 5 1/4-inch discs. Let's see, I remember buying it for just a few bucks at my local magazine. Yep. But subscriptions up here would have been like 20 a month. Wow. Yep, color ribbon cartridges. You got it. Look at this. Look at all that text. Tandy 6000. US Micro. Here you go, inside the VIC-20. You're hitting all the different, here's the Heath Zenith. What's new at Comdex? Boy, I always wanted to go to Comdex. Look at this, the old Timex Sinclair survival column. Nice. I had one of those back in the day. This is probably chasing people off, but this is, I think this is fantastic. This is cool. Yeah, absolutely. So many memories just looking through all this stuff. I can't even imagine how many hours I spent looking at these magazines. Can't believe they have full scans of these. Godfather Syndicate. Nice. That's cool. And we're not even halfway through it yet. All right, so let's see. So that's an 85 edition. Let's see. Let's try to move forward just a little bit. What is this guy? Oh, so these are some newer ones. So what year? (2001). Yeah, these are all later. What's the earliest of this type of? I want to see what one of these older ones are. Here we go. So 87. Yeah, you'd get the color cover, but that's all you would get that was color. I can't believe they've got so many of these. The 1987 Best Buys. And look at this, is awesome. They're covering all the brands. They've got something for every single platform. What's going on? Is that all there is? There's only 4 pages in this. Okay. Here's some 85, 86, 89. Trying to get just a little bit newer. Come on, you gonna load? There we go. We got 13 pages. All right, this looks like a paper change here. Or maybe it's just a scan change. Page 282. All right, they got much bigger than this, though. Let's see here. Yeah, these are some old. I wonder how far back they go. 86, 85, 85, 85. All right, let's look for something early 90s. There's an 89. Trying to get to the next kind of evolution. '88, '87, '89. The year Santa didn't get my letter about the Amiga 500. Jody, I was in the same boat. So I went into maniac mode. I think I mowed everybody's yard within like a mile radius of my house. I was like just crushing it. And I went out and I bought an Amiga 2000. And I thought I was king of the world, man. That was a fantastic machine. All right, let's see here. Here's 96. This is getting, let's try to get, I want to get to 90, earlier 90s. I guess 96 is, okay, here's 94. Let's see what this one looks like. Yeah, this is definitely, yeah, they got some actual color in these pictures here. This is definitely a new iteration. But look how many pages, 915 pages. There we go. Then, okay. Oh, I think I remember that. Did you get like a certain number of slick pages and then it transitioned back to the newsprint? Is that what was going on? Boy, I don't remember that. But that's what it looks like. Maybe it's just the scanning, but I mean, we definitely go from color. Let's see what this transition looks like. Right, so there's some color. Dirt cheap drives. Trying to see where we get the transition. Guess that's kind of it there, huh? You can see there's probably more ads in this than there is anything else, but I don't know about you guys. I didn't mind. I loved looking at all the ads. Oh, those NEC multi-sync monitors, man, there was nothing better. Those things were gorgeous and expensive. I remember that didn't some of those multi-syncs, they had like this really faint wire that went across the screen. Wire or cable running across the scene. It's usually due to one of the common causes, loose or dangling cable inside your monitor. No, that's all crap. That's all crap. They all had that. That was normal. What is this? This Copilot. This Copilot sucks. Let's go to Google. I had two faint wires. Yeah, we'll put CRT. How do you spell faint? All right, let's see. Damper wires, stabilization wires, factory installed, physical components, and completely normal. Yep. Let's see. Can you see it? Oh, no, that's a. Yeah. What in the hell? So that was, wasn't Google. That was freaking Copilot trying to tell you that, yeah, that your monitor's broken. Silly. I remember that back in the day, though, when, you know, those monitors were so freaking expensive. And if you were looking at like an all white screen or something, you'd see those wires and you're like, what in the matter? You know, what's going on with this monitor? That's just the way it's made. Had an NEC at the office. An exec left and I scored it nice. Envy of the IT department. Sweet. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Jody. Look at that. The price of computer shopper here on the shelf. Nice. Oh, this is fun. This has been a good rabbit hole. Arnie, man, you get the gold star tonight, man. That is fun. All right, we looked at early 90s. Let's go ahead and look at something a little later in the 90s. See what one of these bad boys looks like. Yeah, look at that. 879 pages. It's just crazy. Right? I mean, because let's see what this guy costs. $4.95 Canada. Look at that right there. $4.95 in the US, Canada, $3.50 in the UK. $5 in 96 for 2 pounds worth of paper. It's crazy. Get all these old white boxes. This was the white box era. Everybody's building PCs. Oh yeah, this is fun stuff. A Pentium chip, $3,000. What is this? A Winbook. Professional Pentiums. Oh yeah, Midwest Micro. Let's see if this divulges into, you know, that all kind of seems the same. I wanted to see if these go to, yeah, so at some point, I didn't remember this, but it appears to be the case. At some point they transition to this cheaper paper. And every now and then, now, oh boy, do you guys remember this? So these things would have like a, at least where I bought them, these would have like a little plastic wrapping on them. And a lot of times they would have like an advertisement or a like special edition that was kind of jammed in there. And that's what that plastic did. It just kind of held that together. Do you guys remember that? Let's see. Ron says, I was happy beyond belief when I went from a 286 to a 386 with turbo mode. Hit that turbo mode button, baby. The white box era. Yeah, when you bought two of a single item, you could become a business. That's so true. You know, the other thing too that I really miss from those days is we would go to computer shows all the time. So very much like a ham fest, right? There would be, people selling used stuff, but there'd be a lot of people selling brand new stuff. And you could buy, there'd be people selling pirated software and all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, you got it, Jody. The vendor dedicated inserts. Yep. But we used to go to those computer shows whenever we could. Oh yeah, those AOL and CompuServe disks. Yep. Now I also remember it was great. Some of the Commodore magazines. I remember it specifically with those, and I think some of the Apple magazines as well. They would, in the early days, they would come with a floppy disk, and then later they would come with a CD. Um, but that was always kind of cool too. Oh yeah, I remember these NEC monitor ads with these parrots on it. Was that was it an NEC? No, wait, that wasn't an. Oh, what monitor was that? Is that a ViewSonic? That might have been a ViewSonic. Maybe it was an NEC. I gotta get out of this Bing crap. Jeez. Yep. You got it, Pepe. You go from the 5.25 to the 3.5. It was a ViewSonic. Okay. Yeah, there they are. I remember the kind of the bigger. Kind of the images that took up the whole screen with the. Oh yeah, there they are. That's it. That's what I recall. Pepe, did you guys get Computer Shopper? Could you guys get this magazine? Do you recall? Let's see. Did you see the crap Microsoft shut down this week where LG monitors were force installing adware on? What? No, I didn't see that, Jody. Holy smokes. Wow. I did not see that. Oh, the old Apple II. Apple IIe. I had an Apple IIc. I had so many computers. I mean, I bought and sold them like crazy. I wanted to try them all. The Apple IIc was a cool little machine. It was a nice little machine. Had a floppy on the side. You could add a floppy, obviously. Yep, it came with. I had this exact setup here with this little monitor. Yeah, and there's the extra floppy. I don't think I had two floppies. I think I just used the one floppy in the side. It was a pretty decent machine. I never owned the Apple IIe. Franklin Ace 500. I don't remember that one. Is that Franklin Ace? I have to look at that. Well, I gotta get off this Bing. Let's see here. The Franklin Ace. Is that what you called it? The Ace 500. Let's see what this bad boy looks like. Oh, I remember that. Here, let's get some images. Okay, I remember that. So this reminds me, what else looked like this? Something else looked like this too. I mean, there were a bunch of machines. I had a bunch of Atari machines too. This kind of, I can't tell if the top opens up on that, but let's see. I had the Atari 1200 XL. This was, I think, the last Atari I had. I never had, let me see, I had the 800. This was a cool machine. The 800 and the 400. There's the 400. Where's the 800? There it is. Had a bunch of Commodores. I had the Timex Sinclair 1000 with the 16, I think that was a 16K expansion. Yep, looked just like that. Yep, 16K RAM module. Had that bad boy. I tried so many different keyboards on this. What else did I have? What else? I mean, I had the regular Commodore 64. Had the Amiga or the Amiga 2000. I always thought the Amiga 1000 was a cool looking machine. I never had one of these. I always thought that was a cool form factor. I love those old 8-bit machines. This wasn't an 8-bit machine, but those old Ataris and the early Commodores, those were all good machines. Those were all fun. I'm trying to remember. There was another machine that looked a lot like that Franklin. I wish I could remember what that was. They sold them at the Hills department store. Do you guys remember Hills? Back whenever I was a kid. I don't know. I mean, Hills was hip to computers, so you could go into Hills. They had all the computers, and they had all the game machines, and you could just stand there and dork around with those machines while your mom was shopping or whatever. Yeah, the Franklin Ace. There's the Ace 1000. Trying to think of that machine that they sold at the old Hills. Let's see, Amiga 1200 clone being released this fall for $200. Wow. TI 99s. Yeah. It wasn't a TI though. It was like a here today, gone tomorrow type of machine. It was probably 85. It was a pretty sophisticated machine. Let's see. Just trying to see if I can spot it. I'm thinking it had a built-in tape drive. I think that may have been the case. This is going to drive me bananas. Okay, I'm seeing these vintage machines. Maybe it was a little earlier. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was it an Odyssey? I don't think that's it. That's definitely, I remember the Odyssey. I mean, I remember it being weird. And probably playing it at the Hills department store. But that wasn't it. Ooh, Acorn. I remember the name. I don't remember what they looked like. No, it wasn't an Acorn. Let's see. I think it was in the VIC-20 era. This is just showing me VIC-20s. Let's give it something really generic. All right, what are some of the odd computers of the 80s? What is this? Is this? No, I don't think that's it. All right, let's see. What are they talking about here? What's all that crap? Okay. Commodore 64, Sinclair, TI. No. Oh, this is going to drive me nuts. I can like half see it in my head. No, that wasn't it. Let's try something else. What computers were sold in department stores in the 80s? Eight computers from the 80s. It's not the Spectrum. It's not that. I don't think it was the Amstrad. Maybe, well, that's got a built-in tape machine. Was that it? No, I don't think that was it. That's a strikeout. Sinclair ZX Spectrum. Sharp. You know, I'm wondering if maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. That's quite possible. Let's try. Maybe it was a gaming console. Maybe it was classified. Was it a? Maybe I'm thinking of. I think this. Yeah, I think I'm on the. Ooh, was it an Intellivision? I'm thinking it was a gaming machine / computer. That might be what I'm thinking of. No, that's not it. Okay. Let's see. No, it wasn't a Sega. Atari. Wasn't an Atari system. Epic Cassette Vision, VTech, Creativision, ColecoVision. I remember it was damn expensive. What is... I don't see anything there that's real. That's standing out. Let's see. There's got to be like a definitive list of these things. Let's see. I think it was a cross between a home computer and a gaming machine. What's this? Creativision. No, that's definitely not it. Was it a 1983? I don't know. That's the closest thing I can come to. Well, Pepe, thanks for hanging out and going down computer memory lane here. Have a good evening. Oh, that's going to drive me nuts. Maybe something will come to me. Was it a Coleco? How about a ColecoVision? What are those? It may have been a ColecoVision. Let's see. No, wasn't a ColecoVision. Man, oh man. I mean, I remember these. These were weird. I think it was in the Atari 2600 era. So that would be earlier 80s, maybe. Maybe that's the... Yeah, it's ColecoVision. Ooh, the Magnavox Odyssey. Well, what the heck is that thing? Did we already look at that? Gosh, I don't even know how you spell tonight. Let's just copy it. All right, what's... I don't think that was it. I guess we looked at... I didn't realize that was a Magnavox. Pick one up for $220. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a dream about it tonight. It's going to drive me nuts, I can tell you that. Coleco Atom was the more... Yeah, I mean, the more I see that Coleco Atom, I'm wondering if that was it. Because it looks like it has the built-in... These are tape drives too, I think. This is likely it. And it feels like it's kind of modular-ish. I remember there being a bunch of... Yeah, I think this was it, actually. I think this was it. I remember it being daggone expensive, too. Let's see. Coleco Atom. Price. When did it come out? 83. Yeah, it's in the right era. Yep, $700. This had to be it. I just remember it being kind of stupid expensive because, let's see. Let me get back to, because they had it next to the game machines. Yes, the Hills Department Store had a major joint marketing and partnership with Coleco in the 80s. Yeah, this was it. You got it. You nailed it, Jody. This was it. That was it. Yeah, I mean it was a beast. I remember it being a beast of a machine. And they had the whole thing, right? They had the whole kit and caboodle there. Let's see, what do they show here? Hills was the best for computer stuff. They had all the computer, they had all the software, they had all the, you could buy just about any machine you wanted. I mean, that's where I bought my Ataris. That's where I bought the 1200 XL. That's where I bought the 800. That was my candy store, the Hills Department Store. Holy crap, we burned a whole hour just going down all those rabbit holes. That was fun. That was cool. I'm glad you guys hung out for that wild ride. That was fun. Yeah, that's definitely it. Just weird, right? With these weird controllers, tape drives built in. It was stupid expensive. This is hitting all the marks. This was it. They sold them at the Hills. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, pulling that out of the time warp for sure. That is good stuff. Lots of fun, lots of fun. Well, gang, I think I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. Again, thank you for hanging out with me as I went down those rabbit holes. That was a blast. I hope you guys enjoyed the topic tonight. Certainly leave me some comments or shoot me an email. Let me know if you enjoy those types of topics. Certainly want to make sure that I am doing things that everyone enjoys and finds interesting. I know I can go down some weird rabbit holes sometimes and things that I find interesting. So don't hesitate to yank me back if I start going down too many weird rabbit holes. Some things I've got that I want to start working on, that I would like to work on the show here. I don't know if Tim is still around. He had mentioned he wants to do a little project with this little card pooter. It's just hard to say, card pooter. I've got some ideas of something I'd like to try with this, but I don't want to jump ahead of what Tim wants to do, so we'll hang tight on that. I've got that 10.5-inch Elecro smart panel. I would like to start to hack on that thing a little bit and come up with some sort of application or use case for that. I thought that might be, there's a hardware component to it, and then I thought it might be interesting to do some vibe coding, come up with an idea and do some vibe coding on it as a group. Just an idea. You guys will have to let me know what you think. But that's something that I've got that I want to start dorking around with. What else do I have? I've got a whole box of little kits. I think some of them would be good candidates to be able to do either the majority of the build, or if I did a little pre-work on them, we could build them on stream. So that's potential too, if you guys have interest in watching a kit build, or maybe what I'll do is I'll send out a questionnaire with a bunch of these ideas on it, and if there are other folks that would like to do a kit build at the same time, we could certainly do something like that. So okay, Tim says go for it. Yeah, so I mean, certainly, Tim, we can come back to this, but I'd like to try to find something fun to do with this, and I've got an idea. This isn't the best necessarily for the idea. M5 has another little device that might be a better fit. So maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll pick that up and I'll save this. Because the other one has 2 UART controllers. And I need 2 UART controllers for what I want to do. This has, we could use the pins, I believe, on this and one of the UARTs, but it would certainly be easier if it just had 2 UARTs. Hey, yeah, this is, I just got, Tim, I don't think you were on earlier. I got the Eberlestock Fury chest rig, so I've got it here at the ranch. I'm going to be putting together a kit with it just to show folks how it might work if they're interested, if they're looking for a chest rig. That's a little bit on the expensive side compared to a lot of the other options, but it does come with everything that you need, the harness and everything as well. So we'll throw it out there and see if people like it. Yeah, but when I ordered that, I also picked up a new hat. So the Molly on the front is a game changer. The other thing that's really cool, it's also got Molly on the inside. It's got a full wall of Molly on the inside, which is kind of interesting as well. But I just pulled out the 2730. I pulled it out of the multi-pack, and it, you know, I stuffed it right in there. Everything else fit right into it. You know, certainly that the Recon rangefinder pouch would fit on the front of that easily, but I'm going to see if I can come up with something else. You know, since that pack's already a little bit more on the expensive side, I have an idea for doing something else to hold the battery, connect the battery to the bag. But that's pretty slick. It's really nice. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool. You know, and I mean, it's built well, all the rest of that stuff. So, yep. So I've been playing around with that a little bit, but yeah, got to be careful that I don't get on another tangent. So, again, thanks everybody for hanging out. I appreciate you all. Have a great weekend. Hope you get a chance to get out and practice some radio or do something fun. And boy, if you guys are dealing with all the heat, be careful outside. It's no joke. We had like 2 mail carriers die in the last week here in North Texas. These guys were, you know, dudes in their 50s. So be careful if you're outside. But yeah, I enjoyed it, guys. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Jody, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that as well. And we'll see you guys real soon. Have a great weekend. 7-3.